All right. Here we go. How we doing, y'all? Yo, I'm not even ready. Look at me. Look at me, not even ready. I came in here, I was ready to go. I got a phone call from my mama. What I tell you about my mama? She takes precedent over everything, doesn't she? Look at my mama calling me as soon as I'm about to go live. I'm looking at her like, Mama. My mama calling me while I'm trying to go live. Yo, yo, what are we doing? What you want me to do? Tell my mama to stop calling me? Mama, stay. What are we doing, y'all? Let's do this. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew. Welcome you to another episode of the Andrew Gloszewski Experience. This is going to be episode 702, I think. Whispers. What are we doing? We're just going to be picking up with some comic book art where we left off last week. Technically not where we left off. I was so disappointed in that last panel. I'm like, I just took out the whole thing. I was like, get out of here. And now we're going to go ahead and redraw it. Because if memory serves, if the big if memory serves, then yeah, I got some fun panels to go ahead and do. Whoa. Oh. I was about to say, I was like, why is that drawing in one of the later chapters? That's why. Okay. That's chapter 1. Let's go ahead. Yeah, I'm just pulling up the script to make sure I got all of the, oh, look at that. Making sure I got all the information here. Ready to go. Where am I at with this, actually? Yeah, here's the script. So the drawings. Look at me setting things up for the previs and all that. You know? Here we are. Tight. Now I'm all caught up. 1, 2. There we go. And that's why that looked that way. Alright. Let's we got the script out. I got the page layouts available. So we got that one. Yo, what's going on with the script? Let me make sure I got the right. No wonder that last drawing didn't work out. Okay. 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 See, I got an extra panel in here between the script dialogue. This first issue has gone back and forth so much. You know what I mean? It was after I wrote this one that I started getting comfortable with being able to do this better. So that way all my scripting and storyboarding are side by side. They're not, you know what I mean, months and pages apart. So forgive me while I catch up. Alright. Let's just do it. Let's just draw it. If this is the script, if this is how we're doing it. Because we already did that part. How we looking? Pixel, what's happening? Yeah, thanks. How does that work? Let me see how's this looking. See if I can do that. Nah, no way. Alright. I'm just checking my audio levels real quick. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not trying to put any other artists to shame. I'm just doing my thing, you know? I appreciate it, you know. Oh man. Yeah, I just let that ride like that. Yeah, definitely not really putting artists to shame when I'm redrawing a panel, you know? Like, I worked on this panel, it was like the last thing I did last week. What ended up happening was I started breaking out books and talking about them. And then ended up talking about them for like hours on end, I think, something like that. And then, yeah, ended up just, going back to drawing. And because I had spent like hours talking, like, I needed to warm up again, but it was already the end of the night. You know how it gets when it's like the end of the night. So I was already like past the point of hitting that stride of like just getting in the getting in the groove, you know what I mean? So I ended up like half starting this panel and then half finishing it, and the finish just was not, you know what I mean? The finish was not banging. And I don't know if it was on the same day or not, but then I also had to like go back and do a whole bunch of face turns of this character right here, just because her hairstyle is so specific. So I was drawing all of the head turns to make sure I can get the shape right. And ultimately landed in a good place with it. But yeah. Yeah, thanks. Well, yeah, it was the whole point of everything. You know, you probably even heard me say this before, so I won't like get too much into it. But the whole reason why I even started this project was to always have something to work on. That way, I didn't have to sit there and guess, or you know what I mean, skip a day because I didn't have anything to work on. You know what I mean? Just task myself with something, and you know, it's taught me a lot. It's taught me a lot about being able to learn to enjoy a whole lot of things that I otherwise wouldn't enjoy. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, that too. I posted on X recently. I'll probably make it a common post since, you know what I mean? I'm starting to post more and more there these days. But it's like I say, like people see me pop my collar, but no one sees me like iron my shirts, you know? It's one thing for me to just come on here and start drawing, talk about it, whatever, right? It's another thing for it, you know, for it to be what it is. This seemingly never-ending project. How did I? What if I just did this instead? But yeah, a ton of work goes in. Even just prepping the stream is a lot, just to like show up here, you know what I mean? More or less. Just to kind of, it's a lot. I think the other day I forgot to update the title when I went live. Like even just the smallest thing, like you could do, let's say there's like 10 things that you have to do, you'll do 10 out of 10 every single day, and then one day it's just Oh, you did 9 things. It's like, ah. You know? Like even something as simple as that is hmm. But yeah, you know, at the end of the day, the best thing is just like once I'm here, of the regardless of everything leading up to me being here, it's like okay, just fine. Just find what it is that I'm looking for as far as like working on this project. Uh, Yesterday's stream, the art stream, for instance, I man, that was crazy. It was all the way at the end of the night. All the way at the end of the night, I ran into a solution to multiple problems that I wasn't even trying to solve. I was doing some art that was gonna be like, just a quick establishing piece of art for the immediate story situation, and then for previs reasons, but it also is serving as like a founding principle, like something that's within the design that I'm aware of. I don't really talk about these things, you know what I mean? Just because I'm so far off from doing the concept art to these things. But it's like, all right, I need to establish something. And then, so I'm like working on one thing. I'm thinking about all these other things. And I'm like, okay, this one thing is going to serve all these other things. And what ended up happening last night at the end of the stream, I'm working on like the last bit. You know what I mean? I'm in the 7th hour. And then all of a sudden I was like, bink, like this old design that I drew 2 years ago, I think, something like that. Like, I was like, what I was working on in that moment, and then that old design, I was just like, they just lined up. because the social media stuff is pretty wicked on its own, right? As far as like the pitfalls of like connecting online, creating. I mean, it sounds weird to say it. I'm not even quite comfortable saying it myself, but establishing a community online. I guess it's something along those lines when you have followers. I've had these social media things. I created them 10 years ago before my old PC crashed. And then the PC crashed, so I kind of stopped posting online, but I never stopped working, So then once I started getting online again and started posting on the socials again, it was just about the work, you know what I mean? I never really thought about the community. Not to say I didn't want one, like obviously there's supposed to be an audience to all of this, you know what I mean? This whole broadcasting thing and everything that I do. Man, is the light already starting to creep in and make the stream look dark? So there's supposed to be an audience, right? Regardless of what we call them, like me being an animator, me being an illustrator that wanted to be an animator, like I look at things from being an animator, meaning working on a project, being a part of a team, within a team, within a team, within a bigger project. If you were to be like an animator, think about a TV show or a movie, and just think about the credits that roll at the end, all those names. When I think about being an animator, I think about being one of those, like being one of those names on the credits. You know what I mean? So I never really think about it like this is me. Now that I'm working on this project is me, is mine. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nobody else is involved. If there's any credit to give, it's the one credit. You know what I mean? The only other credits that I think about putting out there is like credits on the for the patrons that are on my Patreon. But that's only because I see other like YouTubers, like they'll put their patrons out there, and I'm like, yeah, but those YouTubers, their videos that they're really well put together videos that they do. That's what their patrons are there for. Like my Patreon is more of a commissions thing. So I'm already doing the commission. I'm talking about the commission. I'm, not necessarily going in depth about the patron themselves, but you know what I mean? I'm giving them I'm already giving my patrons love at that level. I never really think about like what I do as a thing with other people per se. I think of it as the audience. Like there's just an audience regardless. You know what I mean? So when when I worked in the background for 10 years without posting because I just didn't have the socials to do it, you know what I mean? Without streaming because I didn't have the hardware to do it. Like, I didn't have an audience really, you know what I mean? Like my audience was just like whoever I was socializing with at the time, and that was if they were following me, which, you know what I mean? Most of them didn't. That's just how it goes. So I never really thought about the audience. I always thought about just the work and getting back to it, and now I'm here doing it, you know what I mean? So yeah, the online stuff is really weird now that I'm back to posting and just never thought about, not saying I didn't think about the audience because I don't care about them, but I just never thought of the audience outside of being an audience. Like when you're a credit on a movie, when you're a credit on the movie, like you do it, you're aware that there's going to be an audience to see this thing, but you also just know that you're just doing the work and then you finish, and then you move on, and then there's another thing to do, and that's all I do here is I work, I finish something, and then I move on to the next thing. You know what I mean? I don't really stand around and wait for anything or anybody, you know what I mean? But the online stuff, just because of online culture and, you know, the way things go online, like, it's a little weird, you know what I mean? Now that the audience is there, and now that I have like a bit of an audience, it's like, oh, okay. And that comes with its own pros and cons, you know what I mean? Just because it's the internet culture, you know, the internet culture, it's like you got people that are there, you have audience members that are there altruistically, I believe that's the word I'm looking for, and then you have audience members that are there that are just to be, you know, trolls, to be trollish. And you just got some really sick people that are there to be trolls, but they kind of come off as like being altruistic people, or trying to come off as like genuine people with an agenda, though, without, you know what I mean, making their agenda clear. So, you know, it's like the weird internet thing. But the internet is just kind of like a small subsection of life, and those things all exist on the internet because all those things exist in life, you know what I mean? And something that I've been dealing with lately on my own is just, you know, people that want to get involved with what I'm doing, but they're only in it for themselves. And they're using the internet to do it. So there's real life people that are in my real life, my immediate surroundings, that are using the convenience of the internet being this worldwide thing to come off as an internet troll rather than being a real life troll. It's like they're trolling, online trolling. It's one of the craziest things that I've never heard anybody ever speak about before. Anytime you hear people talk about things, you hear about, like, they're either talking about either a real life criminal or they're talking about an online troll. You know what I mean? Like, it's always just one or the other. But what happens when it's like, no, it's a real life criminal who's behaving like an internet troll? You know what I mean? The internet's really, really strange and interesting that way. Having worked on this project for so long and not having an audience, and then I started doing this, and now, you know what I mean, the audience is what it is. You know, love y'all. Follow, like, subscribe. Shout out to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for being there, Pixel. Yeah, having people target you in reality, using the internet as an excuse to be able to get away with their real life criminal actions. It's like, it's really weird, you know? It's just really weird. And it's like, trying to figure out the goal, like what could be the goal, but then it's like I don't care. You know what I mean? It's like I just don't care. So me not caring gives me a reason to ignore them. But because I just keep going and I keep doing it, like I'm always here to continue to be trolled. You know what I mean? And then the only way it stops is if I stop, right? Like if I just completely stop being the artist who's putting other artists to shame, the artist who's doing all of the work, the artist that's, you know what I mean, doing like admiral stuff. Did I attract some crazy people? Crazy isn't the word. Mentally unwell, you know what I mean? Like crazy, just because people have thrown around the word crazy so much, like you could be friends with a crazy person, you'd be like, oh, that's my friend, but they're crazy. Like, I didn't attract crazy people. Somewhere along the line, like really mentally unwell people who behave in criminal activity were like target. You know what I mean? They just targeted me. They're like, oh, right there. And because I'm always here and I always show up and I do everything that I do, it's like that target is right there. You know what I mean? I mean, it's internet culture. What do? You can block people all day. They'll make accounts all day. You can shut down your account, open up a new account. They could just go to that one. You see what I'm saying? Like, cybercrime is a thing, right? Like, I even remember when the internet like first started to pop off for a lot of people. You know what I mean? I talk about it a lot, but I remember back in the day when the internet was first starting and there wasn't really too much culture to it. It was just like this Wild West thing. Like, you know, naturally, like, criminals get involved and there's a criminal element to the internet, right? As there's a criminal element to anything, you know, it's not. But I remember once upon a time like cybercrime was something that was being treated like a real thing as it began to pop up online. Now, somewhere along the lines, within the past, let's say 20 years, that seems to have just plummeted as far as like the ability for the law to keep up with cyber criminals. It's almost like the Wild West when let's say America being founded and then they, 13 colonies established, but people pushed westward, you know what I mean, for promise of gold and land and all these other things, like, you know what I mean? There was so many things that went on, people talking about manifest destiny and all these sort of things that happened a long time ago. Well, what do you think happened when you had all those people from the East Coast 13 colonies start pushing westward to the West Coast? It was called the Wild West for a reason. It was because the law went with the people, but the law wasn't able to keep up with all the craziness that happened along the way. And then the law slowly, like, did catch up eventually, right? Like, you know what I mean? And then it went from being 13 colonies to being 50 states. You know what I mean? Like, so when we went from 13 to 50, we're at like 51 now or something like 50 something. I don't even know anymore. Territories, international treaties. I don't know. You know what I mean? Territories and all that other stuff. But either way, like, when we went from like 13 to 50, that time, there was like the Wild West, and then the catch-up. I was there when the internet started. Well, I was there when the internet was like popping off for the public. You know what I mean? And I remember the internet crimes and cyber crimes being like a focal point at some point. And it just seems like while the criminal element has been able to just explode crazy, you know what I mean? Like really go buck wild. And it seems like the ability for, you know what I mean, like Crime Stoppers, the 3-branch system, the cyber crime cops, whatever we're calling them, like that branch, sometime within the past 20 years just fell off, and they're still doing it, but it's almost like they're on like a shoestring budget, and we're dealing with the latest and greatest emerging technologies. So you have the latest and greatest emerging technologies, and there's always going to be a criminal element in everything, so there's criminal element in the latest and greatest. And then you have like who's supposed to be policing that thing that just seemingly is on a shoestring budget. That's the best way I could put it, because I don't even hear people talking about it. I'm the only person I know that's talking about it, like, at all. Like, anytime you hear anything about anything, it's always like people are talking about social media, people are talking about, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a joke to say www dot. It's a joke to say that now. But that was a thing to say, because it is a worldwide web. You know what I mean? And the law and people who back the law, or you know what I mean, they uphold the law. Like these people, they you know what I mean, they have to adhere to a territory. But what's the territory when it's a worldwide web? You know what I mean? It gets really gray really quick. And I'm just talking about my own experience as far as like dealing with weirdos and weird things happening and all that other stuff. Like, you know, it's a really interesting endeavor. But yeah, even though it's a worldwide thing, your next door neighbor could be somebody who's targeting you on the World Wide Web. And then you have people who back up the law who are just like, you know what I mean? It could be someone in China. It's out of my hands, bro. You know what I mean? Like the resources necessary in order for like online help is pretty crazy. That it was something that they focused on back in the day. It was a focus to be like, you know, cyber crimes and all that other stuff, yada yada, and then for it to be just like, that's your problem, bro. But you know what I'm saying? That's your problem. You chose to be here. And it's like, whoa. Is that what happened when we went from 13 to 50? How many lawmen were just like, you know what, that's your problem, bro. You know what I mean? Like, when we went from, like, that's what the internet is. It's something that's like somewhere in that 13 to 50. And the exchange of the law having to catch up with cybercrime. I just don't see it. Like, I just don't see it. It used to be a thing to talk about. And I don't know. Maybe it was the international element to it and things like that. Like, I don't know, maybe because it was early on, it was a predominantly American thing. Like, I don't want to sit there and say it was only in America. Like, maybe it was, I don't know. But maybe it was just because it entered the international market. Maybe that's what it was. You know what I mean? But www was pretty much always a thing. So it was always the World Wide Web. So at what point? So they immediately knew, like, hey, we have a worldwide thing that we're doing here because of the www. Whenever that was invented, let's look it up. Let's look it up. You know what I mean? We can look it up real quick. Let me do this. When was the term www coined? $1989. So in 1989, the term World Wide Web, www, was coined by Tim Berners-Lee, a British scientist at CERN, in 1989. He wrote the first proposal for the www in March 1989, and the second proposal in May 1990. So, and this is what I mean. Like, we knew by the time, like, because I was born in 88, I don't know, but the internet was popping off early to mid 90s. Like a handful of people had it before that, I get that, but still, you know what I mean, as far as like the public goes. Like, the term www was always there once it got into someone like my hands when I was a kid, you know what I mean? Doing like reports for school, you know, researching things. And you know what I mean? Then the first iMac computer that everyone kind of knows and loves and recognizes from school times, like all that came like a little bit afterwards after that. But the term www was always there. You'd think these great minds would have established something knowing, like, we're dealing with the worldwide here. There's like, if that's 30 to 40 years old, you'd think 30 to 40 years later, especially when cybercrime was something that they were like really looking out for back in the early days, as I remember, like, you'd think that 30, 40 years later they'd be better at it. That it'd be something that was, you know what I mean, not like seemingly a shoestring budget while you have criminals on the edge of technology of tomorrow. And I'm not saying like the people that are responsible for the technology that run the tech things are. I'm talking about, like, I don't know, like hackers and, you know, spies, espionage, like, you know, the upper echelon of the criminal element. That's, you know what I mean, the upper echelon of technology and progress and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? But it boils all the way down to the simplification of just like your everyday streamer, someone like me, who like owns and operates and does everything online and things like that. And then it's like, you think that 30, 40 years later, a simple crime, like some crazy people or mentally unwell people, people that are, you know what I mean, constantly utilizing the web to do some nefarious thing. You'd think something like that 30, 40 years later would have would just be like, out of here, out of here. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, but maybe I'm just being a little too harsh. Maybe 30, 40 years isn't enough. Let's look up. Like, I don't even know history like that, but let me look at how many years it took for us to go from 13 to 50. How many years did it take to go from 13 colonies to 50 states? How many years? The United States expanded from its original 13 states to 50 states through several processes such as territorial purchase, territorial annexations, and statehood admissions. The first 13 states became states in July 1776 upon agreeing to the United States Declaration of Independence, and each joined the first Union of States between 1777. Okay, that's an interest. I ain't never seen that year before. That's tight. And 1781, upon ratifying the Articles of Confederation, its first constitution. So are we saying? So are they saying 1776 to 1781? You know what I'm saying? Because if they did, that's a lot less than 30 to 40 years. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if those are the only years that they're showing, the earliest year that I'm seeing here is 1776, and the latest year, within talking about 13 states to 50 states, 1776 to 1781, we're talking about a 5-year thing, and I'm sure that there's plenty of history before that. But still, if we're only talking five years, I'm trying to see if I'm off by like 100 years. Maybe it's 1880. No, 5 years. So 5 years for that, and then I'm sure that there was a catch-up period, like just because 1781, that's Wild West. You know what I mean? But still, if we're talking 5 years, you know what I mean? I don't know. I think 30 to 40 years with that history already in mind as well. You know what I mean? Plus, they said that the WWW was established by a British person, which means it's already an international thing. Like, you'd think that once you have like Britain and America, Englishman and an American, that there's probably other countries and territories and all that other stuff involved. Like, you'd think when they're establishing something like the World Wide Web 30 to 40 years later, you know, it wouldn't be too crazy to expect that, like, little cyber crimes are like, should just be snap at a finger kind of stuff, you know? But yeah. What's going on here? You're here for me? Yeah, thanks. But yeah, it's an interesting thing because like I said, I never really thought about the when I started like streaming and I got back to doing everything online and everything like that again. I started setting all that stuff back up. I did anticipate having to meet people online, you know what I mean? Which comes with its own thing. Didn't anticipate the weirdos, you know what I mean? Like that's a thing that I just didn't. I just, you know what I mean? Like the 10 years that I took off while I was still working on this stuff, but not like broadcasting myself. I was still just working, hustling, trying to get back to the point where I could start streaming again. Like I saw a whole bunch of other like online people, what they call like social media influencers and all that stuff. Like I saw them and I see those kind of audiences. You know. And then I see I follow a lot of comedians. And even with the comedians, like they have a live audience. This is before like podcasting blew up. Even comedians had like a live audience. And seeing an internet audience, seeing a live audience, and knowing that I was going to get back to streaming my artwork with the goal of, like, you know what I'm saying, interacting with people. I don't know. I don't want to sit there and say that I had rose-tinted glasses, because I didn't. But yeah, it's really, really strange. Like, I recently, like in my real life, have had to deal with like some mentally unwell people. And then I moved on with my life since then. And I just kind of keep on keeping on, you know what I'm saying? And then out of nowhere, they just come back. And it's like, police. And police are like, but like, nah, they're allowed to do that. And it's like, no, they're not. What? Like, you'd think after 30, 40 years. And all the experiences that everyone's had, you know what I mean? Especially like larger celebrities, you know what I mean? Like, especially like celebrities, you'd think like that's the point of all those cases being big and blowing up and all that other stuff and getting a whole lot of things, is so that way like society catches up to those situations and scenarios. But now even like a small streamer like myself, I'm dealing with like weirdos in my real life and weirdos on the internet that are mimicking the weirdos in the real life. And it's just like, you know what I mean? The only word I have for it is weirdos, because the only other word I have for it is criminals. So it's really weird, you know? Because if I really do have like weirdos that I gotta sit here and deal with, right? What would be their goal outside of just being like, what's any weirdo's goal outside of just being a weirdo? Like, if they're not mentally unwell. And this is why I'm like, I'm dealing with like mentally unwell people. I would think that it's just because they don't like somebody. You know, that's usually the case. They just don't like somebody. So people are taking action with like hate in their heart. And disturbing like online businesses. You'd think after 30 or 40 years it would be like a cut. You'd think that there would be like an instant process for that. For like, pff, yo, right there. That's done, you know? But nah, it's really strange. I can't believe that, 5 years. Like, I'm sure there's more to it, you know what I mean? Like they said, they had to like establish like all that paperwork and stuff like that, so I'm sure that there was like years all around, you know what I mean, in order to get all that stuff going. But still, 5 years is crazy. You'd think that after 30 to 40 years, with the smartest of the smart people creating one of the biggest tools in history, like since sliced bread and the wheel, that that they would have prepared for that. And with all of the weirdness that happened with celebrities and big profile cases that have, you know what I mean, sparked online things, you think that the internet and all that other stuff just really wouldn't be all that crazy. You'd think that like cyber crimes and all that stuff just really wouldn't be all that difficult for you know what I mean, justice. Like, seriously. So yeah, that's the thing. Like when you have someone who doesn't, like who bothers people, but they do it in real life, you just have to remove yourself physically from the situation. And then, you know what I mean, you're more or less, you're good. You can go ahead and keep on keeping on. You can go home and, you know, stress relief, however you do it, right? It's like with this stuff, that's not an option. With this stuff, it's like it's in your home. And the only thing that people that would otherwise like arrest somebody who's doing something in public, like to you physically in person, you know what I mean, that a cop would be like, all right, enough of that, out of here. But online, in your home, it's like, oh no, that's your problem. I can't do nothing. They're probably in China. You asked for it, for being there in the first place. And it's like, what? What? I don't know. I don't watch any of those like frontier shows. What are they like? 1708 and 1567 and all, whatever whatever those shows are that people have. I don't watch none of those. I wonder if that's something that they talk about. You know what I mean? I wonder if that's something that they talk about. Oh, tight. You know what? That's actually. Here we go. Here, let's do this. Let's do this. Ooh, that actually works out better. Okay. It's actually not even a bad prelude to something I was talking about on X earlier today. You know, on a past stream, I talked about like I posted on X today, some that I talked about on stream. I don't even know, in the past sometime. This is episode 702, something like that. I did 700 of these. I don't know when I spoke about this, but I've spoken about this. But I was on here speaking about this one podcast where they talk about comic books, and it's hosted by somebody it's hosted by a movie director and a writer. Really interesting podcast. And they were on that podcast talking about someone had asked the question of like making a African American Bruce Wayne Batman or something like that, like making an African American Batman. We have so many stories, and you know what I mean. We're in the remake era where so many people are writing things, remaking things, changing up characters. Like that's all like a thing that's happening these days, right? Like I'm not saying anything crazy. And somebody had proposed the question like, hey, do you know, and more specifically to the writer, who I like, and they always have a very interesting perspective. Like I always like them. They're super educated. They're in the field. They do what they do. Like, you know what I mean? Anytime they ever say anything, it always seems to make sense. Like I was always like a really big fan of that person and their perspective on a situation, right? What's happening here? There. There we go. And yeah, you know, it's like, it's funny when you talk about Batman, you got to think about like the big three, everything that Batman's always been a part of. Like he has the Bat family, but then he's also part of the Justice League, and then, you know what I mean. You could think about like other Justice League characters that, you know what I mean. They've switched up characters before. Like think about like Green Lantern, for instance. Like me growing up in the 90s, not reading comic books, things like that. Green Lantern to me is the what's his name? Is it John? I think his name is John. It's the Black Green Lantern from the cartoons, from the animated series. Like that's Green Lantern to me. I didn't know about Hal Jordan until maybe the comic books or Ryan Reynolds. You know what I mean? The movie. It depends when Blackest Night was published and when the Green Lantern movie came out. I can look that up. Let me look that up. That way I can kind of like know where I was at when I was kind of like learning about these things. Ryan Reynolds, Green Lantern. Wait, was there two? Did they make two of those? One release. Yo, don't tell me they made two. Alright, that was in 2011. Whoa. See, that's kind of what I was hoping for. I was like, that was mad late, huh? Okay. Dang, 2011. I was already out of college. Look at me. Look at me. This is daddy talking to you. So 2011. Alright, and when was Blackest Night published? So this is what I'm talking about. So we have 2011, summer of 2011, and then I got this book. Let me see, let me pull this up. You know what I mean? Forgive the glare real quick. I haven't talked about this one too much, but here's the thing. I had found comic books when I was like 16, and well after that, because it would have been well after that, I walked in and I was just like, I was probably doing conventions. I wasn't reading the Street Fighter comic anymore like I was, and then I wasn't reading Spawn anymore like I was, because I think Spawn had already game overed himself at that point. I think he's come back since then, but maybe this is around that time. But this book right here, I was probably doing conventions like early on. This would have been like when I was doing like free comic book day and all those sort of conventions, things like that. So this is the one I'm talking about. Does this have a year? I'm just looking for a year, because I just looked it up, but it didn't say anything, and I was like, it's probably in the book. Either way, they told me about this book because it was really good. Jeff Johns is a really good writer, right? And then Ivan Reis, he's Brazilian, so the R might sound like an H. I don't know. And then I don't know how to pronounce it. But he's a really good illustrator. So you have a really good illustrator and a really good writer. I've gone on to buy more projects from both of these guys for this reason specifically. Like Jeff Johns, I like what he's done. I think he worked on the some Batman stuff that I got. And then Ivan Reis, he's gone on to like work on Aquaman and stuff like that. He made my favorite Aquaman stuff that I've talked about in the past. How does this stuff not have a year on it? You'd think there'd be like some sort of credits. Let me see if I can find this. because Blackest Night was like an event. So trying to find like the one. All right, 2009. Around 2009, I guess this book would have came out. I don't know if that's the original comic published or if it's the graphic novel published, but either way. What was I talking? Oh yeah. So yeah. 09, 2010. I would have been in like, cause I graduated college in 2010. So either this book or the Ryan Reynolds movie. As I'm graduating college. So 5 years after I get into comics, like Green Lantern was always the animated cartoon Green Lantern. And then I didn't learn about you know what I mean, Ryan Reynolds' character until after that. And then you find out like there's all, you know what I mean, there's been other Green Lanterns, and then there's the Kyle one, there's the dude with the bowl cut, you know what I mean, there's the animated guy, and you know what I mean, and they're all canon. And then you learn like, oh, okay, the Green Lantern, it's a Corps, you know, now CORP Corps. They're like space guys, you know what I mean? And then like the Blackest Night story, I think, was when they established that there's more than just like green and Sinestro's yellow lanterns, but that there's all sorts of lanterns. Now there's like red, blues, purples, violets, whatever, black, white, orange. Like they got them all. They got them all now. You know what I mean? I don't know if that was a thing before then or not, but they've already gone ahead with like other members of the Justice League and played with their race. Thinking about other Justice League members, it wouldn't be too crazy to sit there and think about like Wonder Woman being black. We've already seen like Black Amazons, things like that from the movies and all that other stuff. So you know what I mean? We've seen Black Superman. You know what I mean? There's different instances and cases of that, and different reasonings at different times, different stories and all that other stuff. But there's always been a play with race in comics, whether it was canon, not canon, all that sort of stuff. And I don't know, like when I'm watching that podcast and I'm listening, you know, to these comic book geniuses and this writer who is, you know what I mean, whose work I really like. There we go. Yeah, why is she like that? She should be more like this. So yeah, when they asked the question, like me personally, I was just like, yeah, of course they're gonna be one, but let me hear what this guy is gonna say for there to be a black Batman. And dude said, nope, never could happen, never gonna happen, never ever. And I was just like I was like jumping up and down with my hands up, like, I already figured it out. What are we talking about? Like, I never thought about this before, but it ain't really all that hard or difficult to try to, you know what I mean? Like I was in there like yo, what? Like Christmas is canceled? What? Like what are we talking about? What are we doing? What happened? And man was just like never ever, couldn't happen, you know. And then got into this whole spiel. You know what I mean? Explaining his case, explaining why it couldn't happen. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, I suppose, right? So, you know what I mean? You just let it go. I'm watching a podcast. I move on with my life. But man, I don't know why, but that one kind of stuck with me. I was like, yo, I'm a little. You know what I mean? Because this is a guy who always kind of like pushes for those sort of things. You know what I mean? Like he always pushes for like he always has a bit of a racial perspective. And you know what I mean? That's what I always like kind of like enjoyed from this writer and stuff like that. I shouldn't say always had a racial thing. Like he just writes really good things regardless of race. You know what I mean? That's why I thought like being asked a racial question, I was just like, yeah, he's gonna knock this one out of the park. Nope. He just kind of like brushed off the question more or less. And I was just like, oof, that's rough. You know what I mean? That's rough. You know what I mean? Like talking about all this stuff kind of just led me directly into what I was talking about earlier as far as like history and all that stuff. Why is this stuff so low now? Bump it up a little bit, right? So yeah, there's I posted on X earlier today, and it was only because I saw a post. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, or no, I didn't even see a post. I saw a headline. I saw a headline to an article. Didn't even read it. You know what I mean? Like it was clickbaity. I don't click on anything clickbaity. I was already on this stream talking about how I see the dichotomy in things, talking about how people see the nuance in things, and me personally, I choose to look at the dichotomy of a situation, right? And yeah, same. Like I saw this headline. I was also recently on this on here talking about the movie Sinners, because they dropped the final trailer. I watched the final trailer, and on that final trailer, they were like, the movie completely flipped in tone for me. You know what I mean? Like the movie trailer itself, like I was like, how long have we been watching that trailer? Like that trailer came out, I don't know, let's say a year ago. For a year, I'm sitting there thinking like, just to sum it up, I was like the director Coogler. I was like, oh, he's doing like a Scorsese thing. This is his Scorsese effort. This is him. Oh wait, I should have went that way with it. This is him. You know what I mean? Doing like a nice like gangster movie. I'm sure it's gonna be dope. I'm sure it's gonna be cool. Like it's gonna be like, you know what I mean? Super good. And then this final trailer came out, and then all of a sudden I was like, wait a second. Is this a vampire movie? Or even if it's not like specifically a vampire movie, I'm like, is this I was like, is this a vampire movie? Because a whole year went by, I never even thunk it. it still looked like a good movie. Didn't look like if that was a gangster movie, like it would have just been like a really good like period piece. You know what I mean? It would have been like a really good period piece. It would have just been like a really good movie, really good. You know what I mean? But then I was like, if this is a vampire movie, and he waited until the movie was coming out to drop like the horror trailer. Oh, who's talking in this one? What does that note say? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, so she's chilling. And I was just like, the rollout to Sinners was perfect because it already looked like a good movie, and now that he dropped this horror trailer for his horror movie that I didn't even know was a horror movie, I was like, genius, right? I saw, but while I was talking about that, part of the aspect of it was that the the vampire characters that I didn't know existed in the movie. Like, I thought, even if I did see those characters in the trailer, I was just like, they're just white, you know what I mean? Like, they're just white characters. But then when you realize, oh no, those are the vampires, I was like, oh, okay, I see what he's doing. I just described it as like he went from making a Scorsese movie to making a Spike Lee joint, and I was like, okay. And that juxtaposition just skewed everything. I was like, yo, the man pulled it off. That is a really good rollout. For me to think that you're doing Scorsese for a year just for you to be like, nah, this is this is a Spike Lee joint. And I see this headline today, right? And I guess Sinners is like doing all the good. Sinners is critically acclaimed, whatever, like all that stuff is happening, right? And I could kind of expect, because I'm just like, all right, it's a Spike Lee joint, you know what I mean? Not to diminish it, but it's to give it a perspective, you know what I mean? I'm like, I see this headline saying that Hollywood is afraid. Hollywood is afraid of Colin Coogler's work. And I was like, oh, because he made a really good Spike Lee joint. And I'm just like, I'm sure it's just a really good movie, you know what I mean? And again, I'm sure the headline is just clickbaity, you know what I mean? Like, who knows what they're saying? Who knows if Hollywood is actually scared? But I can imagine what it was that they're talking about, you know what I mean? And it just got me thinking about the industry and about, like, movies and the direction and things like that, and headlines being made like that, you know what I mean? And what would be the point of a headline like that being made, like on a major platform? You know what I mean? It wasn't a headline that I saw on X. It was like on something that like drops news. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't just like a clickbaity X account that posts clickbaity stuff. Well, I guess it's all clickbait at this point, right? But either way. I was just thinking, I'm like, man, if they're scared of that movie, I was like, if they're scared of that movie, I was like, don't nobody want to hear, don't nobody want to see my Black Batman movie. You know what I'm saying? Harkening all the way back to that question where the dude asked the writer, like, would there ever be a Black Batman? And I was just like, yeah, immediately, there could be. Easy. We have Black Superman. The Black Wonder Woman isn't really all that hard to imagine. She would just be the same exact character, more or less, right? And then, like, we have all these other Justice League members, race swapped, all these other movies, properties, everything like that, that are being race swapped, everything like that. I'm just like, yo, Batman? Yeah, psh. You know what I mean? Make Bruce Wayne black. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? And that has just sat with me since forever. That has sat with me for however many years. So for years I've just been, you know what I mean, not letting it live rent free, but it's in there, you know what I mean? Because it's a good idea, apparently. Like, if a writer that I admire, their perspective and their work and everything like that, can't come up with something, like, literally could have came up with anything. It wasn't even all that serious of a question. They were just being asked a question from a fan in the audience. You know what I mean? It wasn't like it was like all the marbles are on the line. All of the, you know what I mean? For the sake of the planet, like for, it wasn't all that serious. It was just a fan question, just to be like, hey, do you think there could ever be a Black Batman? And he was just like, nope. I was just like, dang, man, you can't even just for fun play with the idea? And that's my point. I was like, for years, I was just like, I felt so bad. I felt so bad, because I was like, the fun was knocked out. You know what I mean? The fun must have got knocked out of them like the wind. You know what I mean? When someone gets the wind knocked out of them, they're like, like, the fun must have got knocked out of that guy professionally. You know, let's look at me just having fun calling this Coogler director guy, calling his Sinners movie like a Spike Lee joint. Like, I'm just having fun, right? Like, until I see it, and I will, I'll probably buy it without seeing it, you know what I mean? Like, that movie looks incredible. I'm just like, if Hollywood is scared of a movie like of a Spike Lee joint like Coogler's Sinners, this Scorsese 30 Days a Night looking, you know, masterpiece, I'm just like, you know, let me not even talk about my Black Batman story. So, I thought about it after I made that post on X today, and I was just like, man, am I gonna talk about the Black Batman story? And you know what I mean? Talking about what we were talking about earlier as far as like history goes, I was like, alright. But maybe I will. Maybe I will. I mean, it's not even all that crazy. But it's like, of course there could be. Of course there could be a black Batman. And I don't even mean like a Batman Beyond Terry McGinnis. You know what I mean? Just make Terry McGinnis black and then just tell that whole story. I'm not saying like recast or, you know, race swap an existing character. I'm talking about actually making a story of African American or a black Bruce Wayne, whatever we're doing here. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if you're gonna make a story like that, you'd have to like establish the world, right? You'd have to establish the setting of the world first. And something that's like really easy with DC Comics, something that's really interesting, and it's a little bit, you know what I mean, a little bit annoying, is a little bit weird, you know what I mean? I never really fully wrapped my head around the aspect that DC Comics, let's just take the big three, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. Let's forget the other ones, even though the other ones, this still applies to them. Like, Gotham City don't exist. It's make-believe. Metropolis don't exist. It's make-believe. You know, Batman, Superman, they don't exist. They're make-believe. But it's not like they're only make-believe characters. They're make-believe cities. You know, Wonder Woman, Amazonia, make-believe country or island or whatever it is, territory, whatever Amazonia is, or Themyscira. Sorry, the mascara. Look at the mascara on these characters. So yeah. Already in DC Comics, these places are make-believe. Their locations are make-believe. But then there's this weird element where, no, they're in America. And it's like, oh, okay, so you just like renamed New York and New Jersey or something? And they're like, no, New York exists and New Jersey exists. And you gotta start scratching your head where you're like, okay, so you look at the American map and you're just like, okay, where does Metropolis, you know what I mean? It wasn't until like maybe a decade ago that I even learned that Metropolis and Gotham City were like across, we're just like one bridge away from each other. Like on one side of the bridge, Metropolis is there, the other side of the bridge, Gotham City is there, and I'm just like, that's even more wild, you know what I mean? Like, so now it's like, okay, so where are they located? They're around there somewhere, you know what I mean? It's like, where are they at? What are we swapping out cities? No. Alright, so we're just making up space? Yes, okay. Like, so now DC Comics has this weird thing with that. It just goes to say that DC Comics is willing to like kind of just like really make up some wild stuff, you know what I'm saying? That's all. Like, they're really willing to make up some wild stuff. Ooh, what am I doing? So long story short, it's like, if you're gonna make a black Batman, and by the way, the reasoning, harkening back to what the writer said, the reasoning why he said a black Batman couldn't exist was because of history, because of Bruce Wayne's position within society, because he's not just Bruce Wayne, billionaire, owner of a company. He's owner of a family company, and that company is an enterprise that has all of the money, right? They have satellites in space. They fund this. They fund like Bruce Wayne, the billionaire, does billionaire stuff, and it's not like he just is some lucky guy who landed $1 billion company. He's inherited a $1 billion company from his family that is his family going all the way back, right? So they're saying there's no way you could ever have a black Batman just because of that. Just that alone is enough to just be like, nope, can't do it, sorry. And I'm like, well, if that's the element that's holding it back in this make-believe world, then make believe that element out. That right there, just that premise alone, make believe that element out. You could do that a million ways. You could do it a million ways to just make believe that element out and put in a black Bruce Wayne. But if history is the reasoning, I'm like, okay, how much history do we need to go back until you can actually have Batman as we know Batman? You know, the Bruce Wayne, the Batman. How much history do you need to make believe out and then make believe right in, because you're a writer, you know what I'm saying? To you know what? I think that's good. No. We're not done yet. So, I was just like, how much history do you have to, like, take out, and how much history do you have to, like, put in? And, you know what I mean? Everything's make-believe already as it is anyway, so who cares how much history you're going to have to change? If we're going to tell a Batman story, and he just has to be believably African American or whatever, then it's like, okay, make the situation that it needs to be, change the entire world around it, that one element, and now tell your story. Do you know how much everything could change if you, how much like history would have to change, and you can have fun with all of that? Like, as a writer, as a creator, as somebody who has to, like, you know what I mean, if you had to actually take on that task. Like, this is something I thought about immediately. Like, it was my first thought. I was just like, yeah. But I want to hear his answer, because his answer is always 10 times better than mine. You know what I mean? He's the professional, I'm just a fan. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta write. You just gotta build the world as it is. So how much history would you have to change and have fun with in order to have a black family that has like over generational wealth and an enterprise in the current day that has like satellites in the sky and everything like that, and you have a black Bruce Wayne, just as we know regular Bruce Wayne that we have, you know what I mean? And now you just write that story. How interesting would that story be? It's not as simple. Sure, it's not as simple as just picking up where the last chapter you know what I mean, left off. If one writer's working on Batman and then he hands you Batman, and then you know what I mean, you can't just be like, all right, he's black now. You know what I mean? You can't do that. You're gonna have to change and have fun with everything. What does a culture look like? What does a society look like? What does this country look like? If it's the United States, it's a make-believe United States that's already made space for Metropolis and Gotham. You know what I mean? It's a make-believe world that has Themyscira somewhere in the Mediterranean, I believe. An island that don't exist. Like, if we're just making space and making things up and all this other stuff, how interesting does that world look like? What kind of history would have to take place in that world in order for that to exist? You know? Ooh. There we go. So I was like, oh, that's, you know what I mean, easy peasy and super interesting. And if I can think of that in like a minute, like I'm sure he could think of something like way better. And he just dismissed the question completely. And I was just like, oh man, buddy, you know? Did the fun and creativity just get knocked out of you? I mean, think about like Batman Beyond, how different Gotham looks just in Batman Beyond from the Gotham that we know with Bruce Wayne Batman. You know, when Bruce Wayne's like 90 years old or something like that. Like, look at how different Gotham is. Like, Gotham went from being like this gothic Victorian type of really old city to this like new age tech, like advanced city just in the span of a single lifetime. Now, if you're changing history on a scale of generational, you know, time change, like what does that look like? And, you know what I mean? Let's go ahead and say that he still has the same rogues gallery. Everything is the same. Just the skin color is different. We just race swapped it. That's it. What does it look like? You know what I mean? You may or may not race swap all the rogues gallery. and everything that they represent to the Bruce Wayne that we know. Now what do they represent if Bruce Wayne was black? Like, Batman's one of the most interesting characters for a reason. It's not because he's white. Like, yeah, you could absolutely have a black Batman. I thought about this in a minute, and I've never changed my mind about it. It's not like I thought about it, and it's been years, and I've had time to, like, kind of really play with the idea. No, like, I thought about this in a minute, and I was just like, all the possibilities. I was on a stream recently, just maybe a couple of streams ago. I was talking about Final Fantasy VII, the video game, or remake, rebirth. You know what I mean? That whole the 7 games that are coming out. I was talking on there, and I was talking about how I was watching like a theory video, and how that theory video, like, it was like a really, you know what I mean, feature length film, like 3 feature length films size theory video, and I was like, you can't get me on those videos, man, because my brain just be like pow pow pow, like can of worms, jelly beans are spilled all over the floor, like it'll go crazy. That question alone wasn't even all that crazy. I was just enjoying a show, enjoying a podcast, and you know what I mean, waiting for an answer that I thought was going to be interesting, and my brain just thought about it. Like, it wasn't even on that scale. You know what I mean? These are just easy thoughts that I have, real quick. You know what I mean? Just for funsies. Just for funsies. You know what I mean? A fan question is just for fun. Man. It took me no time at all to just sit there, think about all that stuff, not really like come to any sort of end result, because again, I was just waiting to hear his answer, and then his answer just kind of like, you know what I mean, took all the air out of the balloon, so to speak. Like, but my mind has never changed on that, and I was just like, yo, like, are we not ready or something? Like, what is happening? Because if anybody was gonna have an answer for that, I thought it would be him, and he didn't. And I was like, oh, but I have an answer. I'm sure Coogler, working so closely with the actor that wants to be the first black Superman actor, so closely, I'm sure he has an answer. And I'm just like, what does that Gotham look like? What does that DC universe look like? You know what I mean? Talking about comic books, they got Earth, you know what I mean? Earth 1, Earth 2, you know what I mean? Power Girl, Supergirl, like all that stuff is, like they got all that, like, come on. Like, maybe, I don't know. All it took was that headline for me to be like, all those memories to come rushing back about that Batman. The story that I'm just like, you know what? If DC ever gave me a shot, if they were just like, yo, make something up, they wouldn't do that. They won't even let me draw a cover for them. But I was like, yo, if they ever gave me the shot to just be like, hey, you got you got 6 months to write something, or whatever deals they be giving people, especially when it's like their one off. It's like, all right, it's just Black Batman, and you think it's just regular Black Batman, or you think it's just a regular Batman story except he's black, and all of a sudden it's like, well, wait, how did that happen? And now you got to go in and tell the whole story. Now you can like have this whole, you know what I mean? Because historically you would have to change so much that it's like, okay, now what happened? How does a black family in America have generational wealth type story? Wow. That music really said it's gonna go all the way down like that. All right. Could you imagine? It's like the way that Sinners the protagonist, and I don't even know if these vampires are the antagonists or not, if they're just like a single element, if there's even a bigger bad in the movie. You know what I mean? That's kind of like why I want to watch it. But if Sinners being as great of a movie as it is, and I'm extremely impressed with the rollout of it being a gangster flick all the way to a horror flick overnight, right before it drops. Oh, that's what I'm... Alright, so what is she saying? Dang, what is this? Hold on. Do we have a shot like that already? We got that. What about the page? Whoa, we never did that, huh? I don't have any angles like that, huh? Dang. Really? I only got an angle like that on one shot. Can I do that on a 3-shot? Alright. Sorry, I'm looking at this shot and looks okay. I mean, I guess I. Alright, there's 2 ways I could draw that scene. Let me just draw this next one then. And it's got white Bruce Wayne, white Cobblepot, Oswald. You know what I mean? So if you have a black Batman, black Bruce Wayne, and then you have a black Oswald Cobblepot, you know what I mean? It's more or less the same story. But if he's white, and it's still an interesting story too, by the way. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, it's less interesting. It's still a right, but you're just like race swapping at that point. Or is the Penguin a white family? And now you have this white family with generational wealth on par with the Waynes. That's a black family, and the Cobblepots are still the bad guys, and the Waynes are still the good guys. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. What does that story look like? That's just, you know what I mean? You could write that a million different ways. I just gave y'all 2 million stories to write. You know what I'm saying? Now you can go ahead and go down the line with all the rogues gallery. Catwoman. We already had a black Catwoman. You know what I mean? What was her name? Eartha Kitt, something like that. She was all like, prrr, like she was all about that. Prrr. Like she was the one that did that. Like Eartha Kitt was all. I think it's Eartha Kitt, right? Am I tripping? How you even spell that? Eartha Kitt. Oh dang, she spelled Earth like Earth. Yeah. See? We already had a black Catwoman. How can we have a black Catwoman, not a black Bruce Wayne? You know what I'm saying? What are we saying? What are we saying? But yeah, again, still great stories because Catwoman's position to Batman is always an interesting one. One because of the implied romance between them, right? But also, like, I mean, how many aspects are there to a character as far as like her affiliation with being a bastard child of a mob boss, or her affiliation of being a criminal as a like a jewel thief, bank robber, you know what I mean, all those sort of things. Like doing all that sort of stuff, like her character itself is just like her being a criminal and Batman being a criminal Cape Crusader criminal fighter, you know what I'm saying? The romantic implication, it's still great stories. How does it change when we just change the race? You know what I mean? If we're already race swapping Catwoman in the world of white Bruce Wayne, what is white Catwoman looking like a crazy race swap in the black Bruce Wayne world look like? You got this white lady running around like robbing people. You got black Bruce Wayne chasing her down. You see what I'm saying? What does that look like? I mean, that'll. Y'all think Sinners. You think Sinners is. That's what I said, man. You don't want people. I never even like went down this road with this. I never went down this road with this idea. You know what I'm saying? I mean, are you gonna have like a white girl telling a black guy, you don't know how hard it is? How interesting would that dialogue look like to us in our real world? And you know what I mean? That fictitious world dialogue. I mean, if you have a black Bruce Wayne, are we race swapping everybody? I mean, how much of like history are we gonna be changing? You know what I'm saying? Hmm. Like historically, we know why Superman, Kal-El, is a white character. We know why these characters were made white back when they were made in our world, like in reality. Like we know why that is. We see what you're saying, writer, about like why something like that couldn't happen. But what happens when we have a black Batman, black Wonder Woman, and black Superman? Like if you would want to do that in this world. You know what I mean? Again, this is all just for funsies. A simple question. I thought we could have fun with that that answer. Just getting shot down, I guess shooting it down, I was just like, come on. There's so much there. What happens when Superman's white in a world where you have a black Wayne family? You see what I'm saying? As we know the Wayne family. What does a white Superman look like in that world? You know what I mean? What kind of history can you tell in that world? How do I want to do this? She's already... See, I can go Spike Lee too. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do these stories look like when in the world that you have a black Bruce Wayne with the Wayne Enterprise family and all that other stuff? Who's Joker? You know what I mean? Joker still could just be anybody, right? Usually predominantly a white character, right? What happens when he's not? You know what I mean? Like, how much of history do you have to change in order to that race swapping these characters actually means something to the story? Because you could just change people's skin color, especially, you know what I mean, like these fictitious make-believe characters that I'm talking about right now. Like, you could just change skin color and tell the same exact story, and it don't mean nothing. Like I said, you could have somebody working on Batman as we know him, and then his contract is up. He hands the story off to the next writer. The next writer, just Batman's black. Now, same exact story. Like you could do that, but that'd be mad confusing and weird, right? So you'd have to, like I said, like I've been saying, you got to change history a little bit. How much of history are we changing in order to be able to tell these stories and make them interesting for our reality viewers to read them? You know what I'm saying? You don't want, like, if Sinners is causing a ruckus, y'all don't want me, you know what I mean? Like, y'all don't want me. If Sinners is causing a ruckus, y'all don't want me to start dropping heat, you know what I mean? How much of history would you have to change in order to make these things? Because if you're going to have a family in America as we know it, having a black family, having generational wealth to the point like the Wayne family, they're doing everything. They got all the money. What's your superpower? I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm all the rich. You know what I'm saying? Like that. And we're telling those stories. It's not a problem. You could just write them. How much of history would you have to change? I mean, there's a whole lot of our own history. Like, if Gotham City takes place in America, even though Gotham City don't exist. I'm sure there's a city out there named Gotham. There's got to be, right? But, like, you know what I'm saying. Like, I don't think y'all really understand or appreciate how much I hold my tongue. Like, people tend to think that I say the wildest things already, just off rip. You know what I mean? Earlier in the stream, I was telling you about like having to deal with like just like some weirdos, right? Like I got to deal with people that I can't even speak if I say a word. If I say a word, people just want, you're not allowed to speak. You know what I mean? Like, I already deal with that in my real life as is. And Sinners is out here affecting people in the way that they see things. Like, how much of history would you have to change for that? Like, if the Bruce Wayne got their business and started it before the Wayne family even crossed the Atlantic to get from Europe to the Americas, to the new land, but probably before it was even known as America. Earlier on the stream, I was talking about the how we went from 13 colonies to 50 states, and I looked it up real quick, and I didn't do too much research, but I was talking about it for a reason, but it didn't take nothing but like 5 years, and I'm sure there's more to it. Like, I'm sure the timeline of like establishing the 13 colonies, that's a lot. The amount of trade, because, you know what I mean, we might have been on the land, but the land wasn't technically a state, so they're not counting those years, all that stuff. But you know what I mean, I was relating it to something else, and timeline wise, but still 5 years is a crazy small amount of time. So I was talking about history, and now I'm talking about this. How much of history would you have to change for funsies? Again, this is all just to have fun, you know what I mean? As a writer, as a writing thing. Like I don't know, man. Like, I hold back. 'Cause I know a lot of people can't handle conversations that I'm capable of having, you know what I mean? Hold on. Let me refill this. Hold on. I mean, I guess technically you're willing to change any amount of history in order to be able to tell a story like that. But if we're going to make it Batman as we know him for the sake of history, like how that other guy was like poo-pooing the idea, even though that was all the way up his avenue. Oh, come on. So yeah, I don't know. if people ain't ready for like a revolutionary director like Coogler to start going all Spike Lee on us, like I don't know if people would be ready for me to tell like an interesting story. That's such a funny angle. So yeah, if the Wayne family goes all the way back like that, you would have to go back and deal with like the Wayne family being that, but just being a black family. So let's just go with the example I was using the other day as far as like Zack Snyder's Wayne family. They used to be like hunters and they traded with furs and things like that, and that's how they got their start, and then they went to the Americas, and you know what I mean, like that was their whole thing. So he was like, I'm gonna go hunt Superman because, you know, hunting's in my familial whatever. So let's go with that. You know what I mean? So if you got a black family that are hunters, and they cross the Atlantic to land in this new land, that becomes America, and Gotham City gets established, and Wayne Enterprises, you know, comes up. Like, what does that look like? Like, what is the history? Like, it could look exactly the same as it does, right? Like, how much of history could you change? There we go. And again, it's just talking like exercise wise, right? Like writing exercise. The premise being like Black Batman, generational wealth, la-di-da, doing all that stuff. Like, what does it look like? I think it looks super interesting. You know what I mean? Once you know like history and stuff like that. Oh, right. Damn, we don't see any of that. Sure, none of that. Alright. So how do I want to do this? Don't even need that part, right? Hmm. I mean, personally, in order to make it a really interesting world, a really wild and crazy, you know what I mean? Like play on and you know what I mean, for the readers. For the readers to read a Batman story that's just out of here. You know what I mean? That's just like, what? Like, for the sake of that. How to do that? I mean, essentially, you would have to, with how much he like crossed or just denied that question altogether. You just have to change all of it. Because otherwise, why would he dodge the question and say that it's impossible? It's not impossible if you just change enough of the history. Because at the end of the day, what makes Batman interesting isn't that he's just white. You know what I mean? So you could tell a really interesting story still. So if we're talking about basically changing all of the history from that point, it's like, well, what does that look like? What does that look like if, you know what I mean, DC Comics pretty much more or less takes place within our world, within our history, within everything like that, and everything is beholden to that, but that's what we're changing and shaking up. Like, what does that look like when a different race becomes like a generational wealthy family, established family within a country, becomes like enterprises, charities, fundraisers, you know, everything that the Wayne family, Wayne Enterprises, everything that, you know what I mean, this guy chalked up Batman to be and all that stuff. What does it look like if that's a black family? Well, if it's a black family that did it, race swapping characters. Like, I'm not talking about anything too crazy from my own perspective, but this is why people be like, you know what I'm saying? This is why I don't come on here and talk, yo. How interesting would it be if, like, you had white people as slaves? Would there still even be slavery? Could you write the story of America without it? You know what I mean? If we're just race swapping. What does that look like? That's an interesting story. Maybe there are white slaves. What does that look like? Like, if that was the excuse and the reason, if the historical factors are what was limiting creativity, then creativity is being stifled by history. And I'm like, what? I've been creating my whole life. Ain't nothing ever stopped me. You know what I mean? And I show out and I respect, other creators and everything like that. That's why I get taken aback. history? What are the countries? What are the cultures? Where, you know what I mean? Where are the people from? Where are they? What are these lands? How does everything work? How does trade work? How does international policy work? How does all that, like, I had to begin to dive into all that stuff, because if I were to try to tell a story of like all the characters as I have them and base them within the, you know what I mean, science fiction, fantasy, base them within the rules of like our reality, I was like, it would never work. I chose to make it a fantasy world because it was less controversial. See, this is why I pulled back so much. I pulled back so much for y'all. You know what I mean? Like clearly, like, people just don't know. Like I just come out here to have fun, draw some pictures, whatever, but as far as like what I do and what I work on and how I work and everything like that, me seeing like writers who do tackle things like race a lot, like it's a part of their work, like that's, you know what I mean, like that's their MO, and then they shy away from answering a question, a fun question, fan question, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, they ain't ready for me. They ain't ready for me. You know what I mean? Like within my own personal life, like, yeah, I gotta deal with a whole lot of people to be like, he's crazy. And it's like I always say with like Dave Chappelle, where he said, you don't ever call somebody crazy, it's dismissive. You know what I mean? Like, I understand the sensitivity of what it is I'm talking about. It's just, that's why I'm kind of like really being careful in talking about it. But it's the fact. It's the fact. That's why I had to kind of just deep dive into creativity, because I brushed up against, within my own story, like history and creativity kind of came to a head at one point, and then at that point, and that was probably before I started streaming a few years ago, I was like, oh, this doesn't take place in this world anymore. And then I leaped off the cliff, and I just jumped head first into just what is it, science fiction, fantasy, all that stuff. Like that's when writing this stuff like began to be like something that I didn't have to like worry about anymore. That's when it was like, okay, now this is fun. Now this is fun. Now I can kind of just do whatever I want. Man, having a black Batman would have so much to it. Historically, what would our country like look like had it been black families, white slaves? What does the culture look like? Because it doesn't look the same. You know what I mean? Culturally. I'm not even talking about race. Like, I'm talking about like the culture. I think it could be interesting, right? Like, I think it looks interesting. I'm not like fantasizing about it like in a way of like, oh, I wish I might. Like, I'm just saying, like, but yeah, I posted it on X. You can see on X. I took a picture of an essay of what they did with Black Superman, because there were, you know what I mean, there have been different kinds of Black Supermans, and then I just turned the Superman outfits into Batman outfits, and I was just like, they ain't ready for me. I kind of felt bad I didn't throw the cowl. I didn't throw the cowl on it. I was like, I should have threw a cowl on them. You know what I mean? Let it really look and be like Batman. But yeah, this is why I never talked about this stuff, is because I'm like, yeah, I don't know if the world is ready. But if we got Coogler turn what I thought was a gangster movie into a vampire movie, and he's going full Spike Lee with his vampires, and in a brilliant way too. I'm not even mad. Like I talked about it on a past stream, how brilliant he was with that. I don't know. Maybe we are ready. Maybe we can. You know what I mean? Just turn up the gas on the situation. But yeah. You know, I hold my tongue so much, man. I was gonna tell a joke the other day of you'd have the movie The Color Yellow. You know what I'm saying? Instead of The Color Purple. Like, historically. Like, you would have a black Batman lives in a world, and then there would have been a movie in that world that would have been called The Color Yellow. You know what I mean? What was she doing? So she got all of that. That's still like that. So she's talking. So she's just turning. Let's go like this then. Yeah, because I had to. This project just became like a whole lot of fun and a whole lot of like practice and study and research for myself, to just start looking into cultures, looking into things that I never, you know what I mean, that I never would have looked into originally. Once I threw our world out, and then it was just like, alright, so then this is just its own world, and then I started writing that. Man. I can't even remember if that question was asked before or after I had come up with that. It was so long ago, I kinda wish, but I wanna say it was after. So after I had already thrown like our countries, like taking that element out of my story, and now it's like its own thing. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Dune. You know what I mean? Like, Earth still exists in the Dune universe, but Earth is just something else so entirely that, and I don't even know if it ever like gets really brought up, but it's almost irrelevant because humanity has left Earth, essentially. But Earth still exists and there's still people on it, But maybe the Dune universe does because they got a lot of books. But as far as the core story, I don't think it ever does. So it's like the Dune universe, how it's like just completely, it's based on history, and there's like, like the author himself, he took things from, you know what I mean, from history and wrote them, and then like sci-fi'd them up and everything like that. Same thing. I was just like, oh, this takes place in completely, and it's not even like grimy or anything like that as far as like my story goes. Like it's not taboo at all, you know what I mean? Like what I'm talking about now is probably extremely taboo, right? But like once I threw the stuff out the window and I was just like, okay, now I can have fun. Now I could actually tell a good story. Now I can like kind of do things the way I want to do them without, you know what I mean, without making it like, I don't know, bad or offensive or anything like that. You know what I mean? Because we're so far separated from our reality. So yeah, it was just a interesting thing, because what I witnessed was a creator take a step back from creativity. I don't know, maybe, you know what I mean, maybe I just, that really grinded my gear perhaps, you know what I mean, to see that happen, to see that, like, oh, creativity might be taking a hit right now. If one of my favorite writers can't answer a simple, fun question and completely dismisses it due to history. You know what I mean? Like, things can just be cool and be fun. You know, people are all day, every day looking for an excuse to be offended anyways, right? So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Going back to what I was saying about having to deal with weirdos, I could tiptoe all day, and I could deny myself working on what I'm working on all day, every day, right? Just for the sake of, you know what I mean, just because somebody else is mad. But people are looking to be mad all day, every day, regardless. It's like, I don't work on this stuff for any other reason other than, like, well, one, it's fun, but two, it's to give me something to draw for the rest of my life, and I get to draw some of the most interesting things for myself. And I don't even need to let something like history hold me back from being able to just tell a cool story. You know what I mean? So this is still just chapter 0 that I'm working on, but what am I about? I'm almost halfway through the first chapter. You know what I mean? So this is like the beginning of this story. I can't wait for y'all to read this stuff. You know what I mean? I hope other people just be like, yo, it's such a good story. Who cares about, and no one's even caring about like the history of something, or why is this person this color, that color, like, you know what I mean? it was extremely difficult having to implement culture into the story. Like I actually still wrestle with it when I'm working on these characters. Like I said, there were some times when I worked on a character and I was just like, ooh, I didn't go back to my notes on that when they're supposed to look like this and they're supposed to look like that. And that's because, you know what I mean, like this character is blonde. I originally, like, I would draw her thinking she was brunette, and that was because she probably was brunette in the beginning when I started. But then I was like, oh wait, no, she's blonde. She has to be blonde for reasons. And then I go to draw her, but I still think of her as a brunette because I didn't go back to my notes. Little things like that, I'll still like struggle with like a few little details. But then I'm like, oh wait, like it matters. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to read the story as to why. It's a really good story. But yeah, I think it'd be really interesting to see what a Gotham City in an America that has a, a black Wayne Enterprise family with a black Bruce Wayne running it. I think not only could you write a story with it, you could write 1,000. I mean, the premise alone lends itself to like, anyways. If people ain't ready for that movie Sinners, they definitely ain't ready for me. You know, because I do this for fun. You know what I mean? Oh damn, what am I doing? Look at me. Look at me tripping. There we go. I wonder if I have anything close to like a black Batman in my story at all. You know, with me gearing up to work in and start working on the next the next map, the next continent, the next landmass, the next series of characters, environments, props, things like that. Now that we're finally, after 4 years, exiting the that one continent that I've been working on this entire time, and we're entering the next one. This next one is actually like the first step into into a majority of the characters, a majority of the story, a majority of you know what I mean, everything. Like it's the first one. Like there's still gonna be plenty to do after that, but it's actually the first bit that I'm glad I actually spent the last 4 years figuring out little things here. Like I kind of got what I wanted out of it as far as like getting comfortable with lining everything up. And now that I'm gonna be jumping into this next, jumping into this next one. I'm not crazy, dude. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. That actually means a lot. You know, somebody was calling me crazy the other day. You know what I mean? But that was for a completely different thing. But it is because I do this. You know what I mean? because I do this. People, I'm like, draw pictures? You know what I mean? I'm not even drawing anything crazy yet. I don't even know if I intend to. That's what the Patreon's for. You know what I'm saying? G Mr. Drew on Patreon for commissions. I hope I hope to be able to like kind of draw stuff for people, and you know what I mean. Like if I'm not drawing enough for them, like with my own stuff, like I would hope like they would be like, yo man, you draw a million things, but you never drew this. This is what I like. Draw this for me. Like that's kind of what that's for. But yeah. You know, like think about it historically. What was it? Italy? Somebody, Rome was conquered by the Moors. You know what I mean? That movie True Romance has that famous scene in it. Like historically we have things that we could go back to. You don't have to completely rewrite history, but you can go back to like that part in history. If we're gonna be talking about an America with, if we're just gonna race swap American history, so that way you can have a Black Bruce Wayne running a Wayne Enterprises. You would just have to look into history and be like, okay, well, when could something like that have happened? And I don't know, that's just the one I fall on, you know what I mean? Like if you have the Moors, so when the Moors conquered Italy, who did it? Hannibal. You know what I'm saying? When Hannibal did that, man, Hannibal did that. Like when Hannibal did that, it's like, what does that world look like? Like if there has to be a point from getting from there to here. You know, all of a sudden you kind of have to do like research. You got to research history. Why did things happen? How did things happen? How did we get here? How did we get to this point? If we're gonna have a Black Bruce Wayne and we're gonna rewrite everything, how do we make this fictitious world be like, look like, you know what I mean? How does America look? How does Gotham City? What do the American cities look like? Great cities and things like that. Once you have the Moors conquering, and then them taking over, and then them crossing the Atlantic, and then them colonizing, and then them, you know what I mean? Going to war or not with the natives, what does that look like? What does that, earlier in the stream we were talking about the you know, Declaration of Independence and all that stuff, going from 13 to 50 states and stuff like that. Do we still do that? I mean, you could do that, right? Or does something else take place? How much of history do you want to rewrite? What does America look like? I think it's extremely interesting. I think under that premise, you can write a million things. When it comes to like actually writing and creating stuff, and you know what I mean, things that a writer can pick up and start writing stories about and publish them, and people read them, and then people feel something. You know what I mean? Isn't that the point? Oh, come on. Like I've had to do that with my story. That's why I'm always looking up so many things. That's why yesterday, on a day that I'm sitting there drawing, I'm drawing seemingly Dia de los Muertos masks. I'm talking about how I learned about Tomb Sweeping Day. Nice. That takes place in China. I gotta sit there, now that the world doesn't take place in our world, I gotta sit there and just understand things from so many different places. I gotta understand people from so many different things. I gotta look into cultures more than I would. You know what I mean? Not because I just didn't care before. Now that I all of a sudden care, I just didn't even know to care about some things. And then all of a sudden it's like, wait, what's that look like? What's that look like? What do they do? Does this exist? You know what I mean? And then you find like real world things and you're like, I didn't know that. That's so cool. And now it's like, okay, now I gotta go draw something that's relevant to it all. What's that look like? Hold on. You know what I mean? So, as somebody who like kind of does stuff online like this, like I do, like yeah, I come across like a lot of weirdos. I was talking about that earlier, but yeah, another thing that I just come across is just like people just upset at me just because I do this, and it's like really chill, and I'm just like, man, I wonder how those people are gonna feel when they hear me talking about this. Just the fact that it's a sensitive subject alone, I'm sure, is like problematic for some people. And I'm like, yo, if that's gonna be problematic, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just getting started. Like, if we're not ready for like Sinners, the Sinners movie is blowing the doors off of things. I'm just like, all right. Dang, do I have something close? I think I do. I think I do. I think I do have something close to like something that's like a. Dang. I'd have to think about it. You know what I mean? Going through my Rolodex of characters, this next continent that I gotta work on. I think I've already mapped it out as well. I gotta double check that one. But yeah, to actually like think out of those 400 characters, how many of them are in this next map that I need to work on, and then I know if I do have a Batman-esque character is gonna be in there. It's gotta be. I just wonder. Like who they are. You know what I mean? Because I definitely wrote this story and I definitely included a lot of elements of stories that I just never got to work on professionally, just because, you know what I mean? I can't get into the industry any easier than anybody else can. So I was like, alright, well, if I'm not going to work on these projects, then I'm just going to go ahead and make my own. What size? There we go. Yeah, that's why I just never understood why there's ever any like holding back on fictitious properties like Sinners. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not real. Dude, that's why I said that thing was so good, because it looked like it could be real. It looked like a real, like, Scorsese style, you know, gangster flick, just with like southern black gangs or something like that. And I was like, yo, I'm in. And then he goes, vampires. I was like, oh. Like, I was like, oh, just, you know, like, just all of that. All of that. I was like, so good. And now I'm hearing that it's like selling out everything. And now Hollywood is scared. I'm like, dang. How could something that's selling so well be scaring people? I was like, it must have some controversial message or something like that in it, or just, you know, something controversial in there. I was like, I think I saw it. wonder he held off on that. No wonder he held off on that last trailer. Where was she standing? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Oh, what's happening? Oh yeah, these things. You know, it's actually a part of the reason why I don't give away people's names. Why I don't talk about characters' names all too much. Is because, well, one, when you start having to name like hundreds of characters, you know what I mean? You got to come up with essentially 400 names, more or less. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you know what I'm saying? You got to start start making it feel right at the same time too. You know what I mean? Make these names feel right. And then like some of them will probably be based in a bit of culture. Some of them, you know, more or less not so much. Some of them I'm just having fun with. You know what I mean? As far as like words go and things like that. But yeah, it's probably why I don't talk about the characters' names so much. Like if I just started saying their names, look, you know, like work on a character and be like, oh, this character's named this and that character's named that. You know, it probably make some people upset. I remember when I first started writing this stuff. I'm already on the next page. I think I am. Yeah, I didn't prep the next page at all. Like I said, man, when I was trying to go live, my mama called me. You know, my mama said like my mama called me and I was on the phone and it threw me off and then I was late and then I was just like, it's go time. Like I didn't get time to prep. So what is the next page? Do I even have that here? And what time is it? How long have we been going? Oh, it's about that time anyways. Oh, you know what? Maybe I take my 15. Maybe I take my 15 and I start prepping the next page, like off, while I'm on my break, and then come back from the 15. You know what I mean? Ready to start this next page because I don't think I have it. I don't think I have it ready. Page 5, page 6. Was that page 6? Or was that page 7? Yeah, that was at least page 7. Dang. Page 8. Yeah, I don't even have any of this stuff ready. So, and it's about time for that 15-minute break too. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take 15, you know, and then I'll be back in 15, and I'll hopefully have at least a little bit more prep done. Either way, BRB. Alright, let's start setting this up. I'm here. I'm just gonna let that ride while for however many more minutes. Begin to set up this next page. Oh dang, what is happening there? What's happening on this page? Oh, alright. Alright. Man, what does that note say? That. Nice. Oh, where'd you go? What are you doing up there? Oh. Alright. What? Where are you? There we go. What's happening? What time is it? 12 after? Alright. Let's go. Make sure my camera's alright, right? Boom. Oh, did I not? What's that time? I told myself to do that. So come on, what are we doing? Let me go do that for 2 seconds. Alright. Let's go ahead. You know what I'm saying? It's that time. Let's do this. Bring you down like that. You can listen to me unfiltered all day. That's nice. I hold back so much. And I mean, I even like to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's all about just being radical and being unfiltered and being, you know what I mean? But, so, you know, that just being a creative in the way the brain works, the way the brain thinks. Having to, like, explore ideas and things like that, like, it just takes... You gotta... I don't even know how much it deals with, like, will and being, you know, willing to push the boundaries of, like, your thinking capacity and all that stuff. But I do know, in order to dial back, you have to push forward, right? Like, you gotta push the boundary in order to know to dial it back. So, knowing that much, it's like, yeah, I dial myself back a lot, but I like doing it, you know what I mean? But then there's some times when I'll see some things and I'm just like, man, maybe I need to talk about it. And need isn't the right word, but you know what I mean. Maybe I ought to talk about it. There we go. What is this? Oh, I definitely did not pull this up for you, did I? Well, I'm just doing some Photoshop with the next page. I'll pull up the next page once I'm done setting it up here, I guess. You know what happens when I pull up Photoshop. Oh, wow. let's just see what happens. Cause yeah, I totally forgot I'm gonna need to. There we go. So yeah, historically speaking, like I'm sure there's plenty of like battles you'd be able to pull from to be able to say like, all right, these people won, those people lost, whatever, in order to tell a story or to lead into a story where you have, you know what I mean, people of more African descent colonizing the Americas, things like that, what that looks like. Historically, you have like people, instances of like black culture, of like banking systems and trades and all that other stuff that I'm sure you could pull from and then extrapolate on and then create a system like that. Since we're talking about Wayne Enterprise, it being like a really big business and things like that, so you got to talk about like business dealings and banking and all that stuff, and how does all that stuff get built up when you start off as like fur traders and, you know what I mean, selling leathers and furs and being hunters and things like that. It's like, how do you go from that to being Wayne Enterprise, the corporation, you know what I mean? Historically, I'm sure like all that stuff is kind of there and exists. That's gonna be, that's gonna be a thing. Yeah, so I'll push that forward and then dial that one back. And then I'll dial that one back even more. Okay. So what do you? That's what I mean. If you're gonna write a story about that, so you know what I'm saying, you'd go about doing it 4.5 plus 4.5 plus. You know what I mean? And then using those elements, you can begin to shape what does the country look like? What do those traits look like? What are those interests? What gets developed? What doesn't get developed? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, Batman's nothing but a character who fights crime. You know what I mean? Punches crime in the face, something like that. You know? So you can still keep the core character of Batman being Batman, and he's just black instead of white, and he could be the owner of an enterprise and everything like that. It's just everything else that changes. What does it look like? What does that look like? I mean, personally, I think that if it's Batman, he would still look the same, like as far as like his suit, any iteration of it, things like that. Being the Dark Knight, like I said, if we're just keeping the core character of the Batman being the Batman, I don't know if like his actual look changes. On my post on X, go follow G Mr. Drew on X. I included a picture Like I said, I didn't include the cows. I'll probably go, man, I'm gonna go edit that back in. Like after I get done with this stream, I'm gonna go back in and edit in some cows over over the faces. Because all I did was draw over some of the Black Superman designs. But yeah, I think it would still just whatever iteration. Batman 66, Dark Knight Returns Batman, you know what I mean? It's just regular Batman, absolute Batman, like whatever Batman. Whatever Batman. I think he would still just look as he looks. Alright. What is this? There. it back. Did it come back? Alright, let me get rid of this. There we go.
Send the word.
Alright, cool. Let me start working on this. I'll let y'all look at that while I work on this part. Alright. Alright, so this is what y'all saying? Alright. Alright. Whatever, right? Oh, let's draw these things. See, notice the previs has helped out so much. I don't even have to like really color in the previs as much, and I could just start jumping right into layouts and panels, as long as I got like the script and the dialogue and everything there. You know what I mean? I'm already getting faster. So either way, thanks for hanging in there, Pixel. You know, it's like I was saying, it's not about like being unfiltered and all that stuff. It's nice to be, right? But it's also just like I mean, as a creative, but me personally, I'm always looking to creatively express something, and you know what I mean. I always worked and did it in the medium of art. So in order to like depict something creatively, interestingly, like that's always been in the practice, right? So the thing that wasn't was like the writing part. So when I took on writing and I started working on these things, like yeah, I ran into a lot of interesting things that I didn't even really hear. Not that I looked into it, but I didn't even really hear like I guess like scholars or whatever, scholars of writing. You know what I mean? Like I never really looked into writers too much. Like what did this writer do? What did that writer do? I just kind of like looked into the writing process as far as like how to construct a story, like what does it take, how to construct a something on kind of like an episodic scale, you know? Try to understand what a story arc is, what an overall arc is, and all, you know what I mean? Like all those sort of things. But I never really like looked into like specific authors and what they did. But I never did run into anybody who ever spoke about, not that it's not out there, like I said, I didn't really look into it, but people that spoke about like the more sensitive subjects and how to create things. That's why I thought that fan question was so interesting, you know? That's why I thought when the fan asked the question, I wasn't like I wasn't sitting there like on the edge of my seat like, "Oh, he's gonna he's gonna light the world on fire." Like I was just like, "Oh, that's a cool question. I can't wait to see him answer this." Oh, dang. Alright. So if we call that half and half, but that one is slightly bigger. So we'll call that one that then. Alright. So here. Quarter minus. But yeah, when that was the answer, I was just like, oh, okay. I wasn't even like, oh, you know what I mean? Like it's weak, son. Like I wasn't even like on anything like that either. I was just like, wow. You know, like professional, like you gotta, I guess sometimes you just gotta kind of sit something out. You know what I mean? Like some questions aren't worth answering, maybe, depending on the setting and things like that. Because it does take a lot to answer that question. Like I said, it doesn't have to take a lot, right? Like it could just be the same old regular schmegula Batman story, and all you did was change the skin color. That was it. But you know what I'm saying? Like I'm like when the historical aspect is the thing and he was like concerned about it, I was like, oh. Like It's not like, oh, I'm gonna go ahead and kick that hornet's nest and cause a dust up. You know what I'm saying? It's more like, I get it. You know what I mean? But it is an interesting exercise because it deals with so many things. You know what I mean? It's what makes Batman so prevalent. Like, just think about, what are we doing here? 4, 12 and a quarter minus 12 and a quarter minus. I mean, from what I've learned as far as being like an animator goes, and animators I know aren't anybody but storytellers. You know what I mean? Like, that's all we do is we tell story. These comic books, all they do is they tell story. Like, it's the whole thing, right? And one element about storytelling is to tell an interesting story. And I think the implications of a Black Bruce Wayne is incredibly interesting. 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter plus. I mean, it invites itself to research. You know what I mean? When like movies like Gangs of New York kind of tackle things of like what was going down in this country back in like early days type stuff. Just like how brutal it was. But then on top of that, and like the Western movies, those cowboy movies, all that stuff, that like lends itself, you could see historically, just like structure and buildings and things like that. Like, why do our buildings look the way they do? Why do buildings in America look different than they do in Europe, where we came from? Where did the change happen? Who did the change? You know what I mean? I'm sure historically, if you research those things and you start to learn like the history of like just construction in this country, then I'm sure you could find a Black history parallel to that, and then you can extrapolate. And then through that you can say, okay, well, I imagine that this is what it would look like. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that what Wakanda's all about? I mean, sure, they're technologically advanced, but also it doesn't look like anything that we've seen either. Like, isn't that what Asgard is? Like, yeah, they're technologically advanced. But it doesn't look anything like when you look at Asgard, it doesn't look anything like Scandinavia. It doesn't look like high-tech Scandinavia. Like, they kind of just like drew something fancy. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't until they made like the new Asgard in, what was it, Thor 3 or Thor 4? I don't even know how many Thors there are anymore. But you know what I mean. Whenever the one that he left, what's her name, to go ahead and take care of while he went off into space and stuff like that, and he left her in charge. What was her name? Either way, like her. This is 8. Oh wait, hold on. Ah, dang. I'm just gonna say 8 minus. Right. Yeah, it was the opposite. So 8 minus. Okay. So now that way you can build. Now what does Gotham look like? You know what I mean? Especially if if you have a parallel Metropolis with that Gotham. What does Metropolis look like? Like, does it even matter? If Batman is still Batman, we need Gotham to kind of be Gotham. You know what I mean? All right. So there'll be plenty of like historical references that you could pull from, and then there's plenty of like make believe that you could do, you know? Where are we at? We got this and that. So See, now you've just made the Black Batman story infinitely more interesting, because now Gotham looks different, and Metropolis is still across the bridge, and Superman's still over there, and it's got to look away. You know what I mean? What does that look like? You know, crime will more or less be the same. You already have a Batman Rogues gallery. Talked about it a little bit. Just take those elements and flip them however you want. Don't flip them at all, you know? And then boom, you got yourself a Black Batman story. I heard recently that these absolute comics, I guess there's absolute Superman, absolute Wonder Woman, absolute Batman. I heard that what they did with those comics were they took away an element. They took away like their foundation, their founding principle as to who they are. And then was like, who would the superhero be if they were like ... And I kind of forget what they said. Like, if Superman wasn't from a farm, if Wonder Woman, I don't know, but she has like a big old sword. She got like a Final Fantasy VII Cloud Strife Buster sword. You know what I'm saying? And then they got Batman, who I guess is Batman without all of the money. Which is funny because I've seen a whole lot of renders of him, and he looks the same, more or less. Like, he got some spikes on his shoulders, but he doesn't look any less broke. You know what I'm saying? Alright, but back to this shot. That's interesting. We're back to this shot. What's the dialogue so that way I can get some context? The script. Okay. 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 I just don't want to draw the same shot over and over. So I'm looking for a reason to switch it up. How can I switch it up without deviating from everything that's happening? So here we go. That's actually going to be a whole lot better. I mean, I don't think you would have to go too far to try to like convince somebody what they think. Like what kind of cultures exist in like Africa? with like building and all that other stuff. I mean, you got Egypt, Morocco. You know what I mean? As far as like historically. Like those builds, you know what I mean? So if you're gonna have like America start look like oh dang.
The baseball furies dropped the ball, made an error. Our friends are on second base and trying to make it all the way home.
What's happening? So historically, the buildings here already look different from the buildings from the cultures that, you know, we all came from. So now you could just look at those past cultures, look at their building structures, at least like, you know what I mean, from the olden days. See if you could find a gothic relevance, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, you know what I mean? Batman and Gotham are one in one. But what is Gotham? You know what I'm saying? What's you know, it's Gothic. It's got like the gargoyles and all that stuff. So now it's like, okay, well, what's like the African equivalent to that? You know, does it have one? At the end of the day, I know Africa has bats. I'm almost sure. You know what I mean? So it's not like, okay, you know what I mean? That is too crazy. Bats exist everywhere. And Bruce Wayne just having a bat crash through the window and be like, alright, I'll be a bat. Like, you could still have that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Exactly. See, that way you can start to develop a new gothic look. You know what I mean? Batman Beyond. Let me see. Let me look at some Batman Beyond art. See, because anytime I think about Batman Beyond, and that's like one of my favorites right there, just because of, well, everything involved. Anytime I think about Batman Beyond, I don't necessarily think about old Gothic, Victorian style Gotham. You know what I mean? Gotham in my head when it comes to Batman Beyond is already like technologically advanced. It's like Metropolis, but like just more technology. But still like red skies like Gotham, Batman animated series style, you know? Let's look this up. Let's look this up. I want to see if I can see a picture of just Batman Beyond posted, perched up on like a gargoyle or something like that, or if it's all gonna look like whatchamacallit, you know what I mean, like some Ghost in the Shell type stuff. Yeah, see, like I found one where he's on a gargoyle, but the gargoyle is like has like neon lights on it, and it's pretty streamlined shaped. You know what I mean? It's not like a gargoyle you'd find in a Spawn comic or a Batman comic. So even within the universe that we're aware of, within Batman's lifetime, Gotham City goes from being, you know, some old timey, something old timey into something that's again. It's gotten to the point where now that I call this stuff out, they dial it back. They said, like, if you watch my streams during the day when I'm out there working out and stuff like that, I talk enough about like things with my neighbors. Their little passive aggressiveness. I guess since they dialed that back, they need to do something while I do these streams. So that's what I mean. You have Gotham City that already looks wildly different in the Batman Beyond stuff, you know what I mean? So you could have a Gotham City that still looks like Gotham City. Just, it's a little bit different, right? Possibly. You know, I was just on here the other day talking about, like, Gothic style stuff. You know what I mean? What years were they taking place and all that other stuff. Oh, that's hilarious. definitely a back culture. Now, how interesting does things go, since we're talking about history and going back in history, how interesting do things go when we're talking about like the League of Shadows? What does something like that become? You know what I mean? When you're talking about something that goes way back in history. In DC Comics and all that other stuff, like goes way back. Yeah, Batman Beyond is it. I love it. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm just out here ripping. I didn't exactly like plan to talk about this one, you know, or prepare at all. No, we're just speaking to the shock value. That would be sinners, you know. You know, at the end of the day, these videos, they go up. I get most of my views from like after the live, you know, because I kind of finish these things. I wrap up my day, go to sleep. I wake up, and then there's like more people have gone in and watched my stuff, you know. Pretty consistently. And I don't know who any of these people are watching, you know. But they're watching. Alright. So it's like I get to speak my mind with that out there while I deal with weirdos on a constant. And this goes this way. All right. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just going in hard on how it's possible. You know what I mean? And I didn't want this, considering the subject matter, that it just be some one-off thing that I just say and be like, ta-da, see, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you could do it. Like, if you really wanted to do it some justice, you know what I mean? Do it some historical justice while still serving the creative process and, you know, sci-fi and fiction, da-da-da-da-da. Like, you know what I mean? If you want to go ahead and serve across the board, you know what I mean? Like, that's everything that I'm talking about today. You know what I mean? Is just, this is just what it is. It's a part of the reason why I go around saying things like I don't see anybody doing what I do. Just because I don't hear nobody talking about things that I think about, that I'm just like, man, do I talk about that or not? Do I bring that up or not? This is definitely one of the more, like, sensitive subject matters to sit there and bring up, like, race and history within this country. But I think it's a safe topic to talk about as well, because we're talking about fiction, you know, fiction writing. At the end of the day, I would hope that somebody is actually, like, inspired to write something, anything like that. It's like I said with DC. I'm like, yo, DC, let me write that. I already been on here saying DC, let me get that Batman Beyond gig. You know what I mean? I'll work on Batman Beyond. I love that stuff. But if not, it's like, alright. Give me the, let me go full hog on a black Batman. Yeah, like, if anything, I would hope that somebody would feel a bit inspired to, you know, if they're a creative, if they're a creator, if they're, you know what I mean, ever wondering. It's not like I was the only person that was there to hear that question and answer, you know what I mean? Like, if anybody else heard that question and answer, and maybe they were dissuaded or convinced not to pursue, you know what I mean, some sort of creative endeavor because of it, you know what I mean, like anything like that. Not that I expect that person to be listening right now, or to be one of the people that, like, watches the VODs, but you know what I mean, like anybody who's ever felt that way, if anybody's ever come across that, if anybody's ever, you know what I mean? And again, I think it's Batman's character that allows for this sort of think exercise. Like I was talking in the beginning, you know, Wonder Woman, she'd probably be the same exact character. You know what I mean? If you had a black Wonder Woman, she'd probably be exactly the same exact character that she is. She would just be black instead. Superman, you could do it. You know what I mean? Alien, outer space, whichever way you want to take it. I mean, you have those Superman stories. Well, I mean, think about it this way. I just finished that playthrough, or watching the playthrough of Assassin's Creed. I keep wanting to call it Assassin's Creed Red. Assassin's Creed Shadows, and with Yasuke's story in there, where you have, you know, the black samurai character, from history, and I was gonna say historically accurate, but I don't know. I don't know how accurate it is or not. I remember I watched the documentary a long time ago, and I seen an actual picture of the guy. You know what I mean? But outside of that, you already got like stories of like black characters in other culture. So thinking of like a black Superman, and there have been stories of Superman if he crashed in Russia, you know, Superman Red or Red Sun, whatever it's called, stuff like that. I never read it. It's a great premise. You see what I'm saying? This new absolute Superman, where it's like taking place where I guess maybe he wasn't raised by the Kents or something like that. Like, I don't know what his story is, but essentially the absolute is to hearken to the fact that these characters would be who they are, regardless of the details of their backstory, yada yada yada. And I think, you know what I mean, suggesting going down the line of what we've been talking about all night with the Black Batman. Uh, yeah, I think he would be the same. And now we have all these. We have had like Black Superman, like those characters are already out there, and it's happened in many different ways. But what if you took the regular Kal-El, whatever, and made him black, so you have a black Superman, and then two, cross that over with the one of those other crossover stories like Red Sun. Now what do you got? You know what I mean? Alien in the form of a black man crashes in Russia. You know what I mean? What does that look like? You see what I'm saying? Like, as touchy as the subject is, I think it's extremely interesting, and it like owes itself or lends itself to being some interesting stories. It just seems like the most creative that we seem to be able to get is like the controversy surrounding everything. It's so controversial. Glad I checked that out.
Just keep on coming. Everybody starts to dancing,
Ah, that's what this is. Okay, perfect timing, yeah. What is supposed to be? Hold on.
song. Can't help but sing along. The notes keep falling. Yeah. Playing away. Think a bit of
Oh, dang.
when the rooster crows, everybody open doors, and I'm still sleeping. Yeah. Just keep
But it's not known yet which role he will take on in Godzilla Con 3. Other cast members include Stranger Things actor Matthew Modine, Fear of the Walking Dead star Alicia Definitely Carey, and Caitlin Deaver, who can currently be seen in the second season of The Last of Us. The Monsterverse kicked off in 2014 with Godzilla and has continued to expand ever since. In Godzilla vs. Kong and Godzilla the New Empire, both giants were shown together. The upcoming third part of the series will be directed by Iron Man director Grant Control. The new Clash of the Titans awaits us in theaters from March 26th, 2027. This silly B-movie idea still delights fans to this day with its hand-made special effects, whose charms a peculiar mix of horror, trash, and confirmed that she is indeed taking on the role of the classic Victor Von Doom, and not an alternative version of Tony Stark who would become a villain. Production on Avengers 5 is already underway. Kick off. Mark Frost will provide recently confirmed that CinemaCon in Las Vegas. Usually the Avengers Mark presents the Disney Channel release on June 1st, 2026. powerful racing simulation game developed and published by Milestone SRL. Set to launch on April 30th, 2025.
You know what? Let's go ahead and
Including PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4,
stay here for a minute.
XS, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and Windows PC via Steam and the Epic Games Store. As the official video game of the 2025 MotoGP season, it features all 78 riders, 39 teams, and 22 tracks from the MotoGP, Moto2, and Moto3 championships, including the return of the Brno circuit in Czechia and the debut of Hungary's Balaton Club. Built on Unreal Engine 5, the game offers enhanced visuals with overhauled sound effects,
fucking way off. Uh,
Anyway, get yourself like a little meat masher. You know, just like get a cargo of good, which is either made out of like a meal cleaning type of person or plastic, right? And you want that at the bottom of your porcelain when it does that, right? So when we're breaking this up, what we want to do is we want to brown this. Alright? Now I'm gonna go ahead and add my onions now, because we want to cook them up just a little bit. I'll just give you a third of this here. This is gonna cause it still a little fat, you know, heat content is at 90 degrees chef, right?
There is such little glory in a poor man's life. He works for his money, it takes a while. But a poor man's son would be through in the night.
Hmm.
You're gonna be the best mom in the world. You are gonna be the best dad. Just kidding. You are out of your depth. We are gonna be the best uncles ever.
We can do this. I'll fix all the change.
Are you the protectors of this world?
Yes, we are.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It's my fault. I stretched the bounds of space. I made her.
Are we safe?
I don't know. Starting to die. I'm not giving up.
We will face this together. We will fight it together. It's okay.
We will protect you.
Dang. Look at that. Almost a year to the day. Worked on this page on 4/20 last year. Alright. Yeah, that is a song thing. Okay. So here, here, here. So My bad. I thought we were good. That's crazy. Okay. What do we got at the bottom? Alright. Where we at? Oh dang, it's that time? Yeah, I did come in late because of that whatchamacallit. Mama. Alright. Alright. Yeah, let's let this one be. I think I'm in a good spot to kind of give this one some space, come back next week, and continue. Or who knows? Well, yeah, Saturday I'm working on those, working on the commission. So unless I decide to do a stream on Sunday, we'll see. You know, Sundays are my tight. What are we doing? What's happening? There we go. Alright, I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. gmrdrew.art. The website link is right there. Check it out. Links everywhere there. Merch stores. We got sales going on. Check them out. Patreon. Posts go up every week. A little more insight into all this stuff that I don't show anywhere else goes up on Patreon. There's a, you know, you can join for free. You can join the $1 tier. Going up from there, you can get commissions from me if you are interested in something like that. Gonna be continue working on a commission on Saturday, like I was just saying. So yeah, definitely check that out if you're interested in commissions. I'll probably start watercoloring it. It should be. And then yeah, original paintings, all that stuff, down to paint anything for you. And OnlyFans 50% off if you're into that whole exercise thing. But outside of that, love y'all. Peace. Oh, dang. All right.